Hello, hello, my friends. It has been a little while. It feels longer than 3 days, to be honest. But it is nice to be back. It was a much needed break as well, but it's not like I was doing nothing. I attended a birthday. I did the Smite tournament as well, in Smite 2, on Saturday. So maybe some of you... Actually, one of our games did get streamed, so that was cool. Unfortunately, it wasn't the good one. Classic. The one game we did really well was not streamed. But it is what it is. I need sound back on. Where's my sound at? There we go. Okay. Still, I had a lot of fun in this My 2 tournament, so no regrets. But I mean, we also ended up being against the winning team, so that's pretty unfortunate in our first round. Not really much you can do about that. But Jesus Christ, do we just need more gods in Smite 2? You can actually so easily right now get just outbanned and picked with the little amount of gods that you can actually play. No. God damn it. Why are you dodging? Sad. Sad, sad, sad. Alright, I think today I am going to see if I can run a stream game. Or a queue game, I should say, not a stream game. I'm already doing that. Because I want to do something while actually just sitting in queue. And the game that was potentially good for that could be Dead Cells. So I think I will give that a shot. Hopefully it won't be too hard on my PC, running two games at the same time. Mostly in the heat. I think when it gets really hot, I need to be careful doing that. Give me a second here. Turn on some light as well. Oh, you guys hear this too. Give me a second. Because I'm gonna put the game in window mode, so I can still see Smite. And for you, I don't know how I'm gonna do this. Can I change you? Capture specific window to this. That doesn't look right. I want to see if I can... yeah, okay, so this does work. I'll probably do this, so the queue is not visible, but this works. So you guys can see it as well. Great. Perfect. I need to rename this one as well, because this window is called Smite 2. Right, so I can always just turn it off. I just may need some help to, you know, get reminded of that. What I need, though, is... Oh, wait, only stays up. Okay, so if I... Huh. I would prefer if you always stuck around, though. So anyway. Let me just make sure everything in the settings here look fine. Do I even need sound for this? Not much, I guess. I'll figure it out once I get into the game as well. Well, actually, I'll probably mute it. Otherwise, we're just gonna hear it in the back. Don't want that. Okay, it's above Smite now. So give me a second. Because I do prefer if this Q game is above Smite. At least while I figure it out. But don't you worry, Smite is still running in the back. Yeah, there's a bunch of new shit. I haven't played this game in a long ass fucking time. Let me just say that. I don't know if I should just start over. Or, I mean, I guess I can just continue. I only played for like 8 hours.
Lil Mana. Lil Mana.
Also, is my sound kind of loud? Or is that just me? Probably just me. Might just be my headset that I turned up. Okay. Normal. Can I... Yeah, this is just continuing normal. Streaming? The hell does this mean? This is stream integration? What does that even do? Alright, for now I'll do this. Let me just see if I can remember how this game even works. Right. Yeah, so I have a bunch of stuff here. I don't know what any of this means now. I literally haven't played this game in maybe like 2 years. And I weren't a massive fan of it. But as a stream game, I think this is, or a queue game I should say, it's probably pretty nice, because we can do pretty quick runs. As it is a roguelike. So... I'll probably do a quick run in the next queue. Just to see, just to get controls back, I guess. Whip sounds cool. Let's do that. Alright, it's the rolling, the double jump. I'm doing this on mouse and keyboard just for the easiness of having to switch from Smite to this. That being said, I can just kind of screw myself by throwing my mouse outside the window mode, which might be bad. Can I just swap to controller here? No, it doesn't work. Shit. Hey, Neo, what's up, man? Hope you're doing well. Can I somehow add I don't know if I can just kind of put on a controller for this. All right. Right. Just gonna use the controls again here. I do not remember how far I got in this game. I do know I've done at least one boss. Alright. But I don't remember. Mulan. Okay. Jesus, how do we play this game again? This thing's been so long. You've been sorely missed. That's good to hear. I've had a great little break. So now I definitely need to warm up. I don't know why my sensitivity feels off, but it's probably just because I played Smite 2. So settings are slightly different. So I obviously did play Smite 2 on Saturday. So it's not like I haven't played any Smite, I guess, in 3 days, but Smite 2 it feels different enough to be a different game, to be honest. In its current state. And yeah, Neo, we can queue up in after this game if you're still in the same range. Would be nice to get some duo queuing going on again. And this way you are luckily avoiding my warm-up game. Tactical. You got new support tech? Nice, man. Hopefully it's not ranked us, and hopefully it's not also in solo. Fucking creeps. Well, if you're poking me, I'm poking you too, alright? I went for it. I was hoping she wasn't gonna get 3. If she didn't get 3, I would have had her. The little annoying HP difference. I do not know why she did that though. I'll take it though. Oh, she just got a nerf, okay. Yeah, rank 1 is still the same. Yeah. No mana, not running Bluestone in this one. So this kinda sucks. None of us have any fucking mana.
That's what's up.
Wow, he must have joking on the meat.
What was nerfed? Okay, I see. So yeah, 30 power instead of 40. What else?
An enemy has been
Yeah,
slain.
remind me. What else was nerfed? Just 10 less power and 50 less HP. I see. That makes sense. Small nerfs, but I think good. Definitely. Definitely.
Out of my way, numbnut.
I can't believe she got it with an auto attack. What a fucking disaster.
Okay. Take left lane. Stop coming through.
I'll back super fast here.
He must have joking on the meat.
Grab this. I won't really be able to fight Mulan for like at the moment,
On my way.
just because of the blue buff difference. I can't throw out my abilities like she is. I have to be ready for this blue buff.
Enemies, your right tower is under attack.
No, Apollo build dropped. Okay. Interesting. Interesting.
Swiftly now.
An ally has been slain.
Your middle
准备
tower
好了，看着我的剑。
under attack. What is it?
Mwah! Compliments to the chef. Good game.
Nice job. Take left lane. Nice job. Your middle tower is under
Strike
attack.
true.
Small words.
It's fine. Her ult is down as well.
Gang, 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 gang.
Seems like everyone is kind of losing at the moment, which sucks.
Your left tower is under attack.
An enemy has been slain.
Do not falter.
Away, numbnut. Retreat! On my way.
So her thing is leveled now. I won't be able to fight Mulan at this point, especially with their jungle sitting in right as much as they are. So I'm just gonna chill.
Help right lane.
Wow! That was a rough food fight.
My ult was up in literal seconds.
An enemy has been slain.
This might be really big for us.
Mamma mia, not again!
Could also be bad, but
Your right tower is under attack.
Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
I'll be coming for you. Yes, sir.
your eyes suck.
You have slain an enemy.
I miss both.
Your middle tower.
Yo, small thing, Vamana 2 should go through walls. Am I the only one who thinks that? Why doesn't it? God damn it.
You think you can adjust them?
But yeah, that was a good fight for us. Because the range is too short. I mean, it could. I just mean like right there. He was just around the edge, you know? It could just go through the wall. It doesn't have to be stopped. Because right there he was in range. It's just that he was behind the wall. It would be counterintuitive. I don't know, so much shit goes through the wall these days. Like most mage abilities at this point goes through the fucking wall. Why wouldn't Vamana 2? That feels kind of mean, man. Like Ixchel 1 goes through the wall. I don't know. Kinda seems like Vamana should go through the wall, I'm just saying.
Wait! Retreat! Okay.
I should be able to get this if I get a good knockup.
Enemy missing middle. Enemy missing here. Enemy missing middle lane.
Or if she just uses her 3, or like does that. Okay. Why though?
Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!
Strike true. Coming through. Watch your feet.
Now!
Wow! He must have choked on the meat.
Your left tower is under attack.
Two meatballs is better than one.
Once I have hasten,
Compliment to the chef.
I'm gonna be able to fight her much better. She still has low mobility if her 3 is down.
Maybe a little salt beer had some. Ripper kid.
Damn, nice job, team.
Do not falter.
Yeah.
Follow me! Follow me!
Swiftly now.
Your right tower is under attack.
Watch your feet.
Ally has been slain.
One winner of Masters, nice man.
Out of my way, numbnuts.
Ward here. Your left tower is under attack.
Look at that.
Attack! Fire giant!
Enemy missing right.
Enemies spotted! Aye.
Mamma mia, not again!
Careful middle.
Looks like a losing fight. That'll be a waste rotating to, but
You think you can adjust them? Pass down. Okay,
I'm gonna
so
give it a shot anyway.
maybe a little salt beer had someone. An ally has been slain.
No! Oh.
Your left tower.
I actually suck. Dude, this is definitely the warm-up game. What the fuck? Jesus Christ.
Your left tower is under attack.
We don't need to talk about that. Eesh. You expect so much uplift money when he's so bad? Well, right there was not the god. Right there was not the god. I should have had him, but I literally missed everything like an idiot. The fuck is that level up sound?
Mamma mia, not again!
Be careful, Rex.
Also, what the fuck is happening? Like, everyone is definitely losing hard. Like, somehow my lane was the one that lost the least, I guess. It's not good.
Your right tower has been destroyed. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Ah, never mind.
Enemies incoming left.
Why is Mulan even going? It's just Ymir.
To the shed.
Gold is dead.
Have fun.
I guess should have played better this game. So. Is it on me why we're losing? No. No, I wouldn't say so. It's too much pressure everywhere else, but I should have had an easy kill on at least something when I rotated to mid.
You think you can just pass away like that?
But Lance is also heavily outperforming our jungle.
Destroyed the pyramids.
An enemy has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack.
看着我的剑。 Swiftly now. Out of my way, numbnuts.
Mwah! Compliments to the shed.
It's under attack.
Oh, that sucks. I secured that one bad.
Bulletproof boot.
Okay, soft. Maybe a little soft here. Now that's a spicy meatball.
Catch a break.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't know where
The fresh meat.
Pernos went. Oh, there it is.
Out of my way, numbnuts.
Your middle tower has
Alright,
been destroyed.
I'll grab this instead, I guess.
Do not falter. 看着我的剑。
No!
Compliments to the shed.
Mm,
Destroyed a mid-
You think you can just pass away?
wait, who
like
just went up and died again? Yeah, Charybdis is just dying too much. I guess the same goes for Tsukuyomi, unfortunately. Dude, Vulcan destroys Mulan. Yeah, Biz beats, he went for it. I get it. That might have been a knock-up, and I was thinking about it too. But I had no reason to use the knock-up if I can just keep up.
Mamma mia.
Alright, now.
Not again.
Okay.
Oh, it says I'm streaming Smite too. My bad. Let me fix that straight away. I always forget categories, because I rarely play other games, man. And, on stream, at least. There we go. Should be...
The enemy team has destroyed the gold. Your left tower under attack.
Mamma will
Damn.
not be happy.
I'll see if I could wait until my ult was back up, but he's just... Yeah, he's too fat. Man is 20. They can honestly kill Mulan, dude. Just kill her. He missed the freeze, unfortunately. Alright, good job. Chase her down. One freeze. Sir beats again.
Retreat! Retreat!
The Ymir walls and freezes have not been on point. I am sad to say. Vulcan is playing really well. I'm gonna see if I can get there in time and help.
An enemy has been slain. Did he attach your spaghetti?
With her name upon my lips.
That was a salty and joke. Double kill. Wow! Compliments to the chef.
Alright, good shit. I'm bagging before Mulan somehow shows up.
That's what's up.
Just grab some small things here. Grab another ward. I'm gonna see if I can save and get 20 real quick. If I can get Axe of Animosity, I'm gonna actually start doing something. And Mulan isn't left. For some reason.
Enemy ultimate down.
Out of my way, number.
An ally has been slain.
No problem. Enemy spotted. No problem.
There is honestly no reason to win fight over there. If you lose the fight, this is gonna be real fucking bad. I'm just gonna go, I guess, but I see no reason for us to fight here.
Amelia, not again.
Retreat!
Save yourself.
Good
Yes,
game.
it's tight, shorty.
I do not know how we lost that fight when I had all of them on me. How the hell did everyone die? And we also did not get Fire Giant
An enemy has been slain.
when Keranos wasn't hitting it. So that means Sobek or Mulan, who was on it, ended up getting it. Oh well, at least we did get 2 of them. Oh. Dude, Ymir freezes are not there. It's not good.
You think you can adjust this pasta? The fresh meat has been tenderized. Okay, so maybe a little. Grazie a Dio. Let's celebrate. Where's the vino?
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Dude, my ult didn't go off.
Mamma mia, not again. 2 meatballs is better than 1.
My ult didn't go off when I pressed it before Medusa's ult. That really fucking sucks. Sad.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
They're being so over-aggressive. We gotta kill them for this. Vulcan's just kind of dying for Charybdis' weird aggressive plays here. If we could group, to be fair, I think we could easily win a fight.
For the main cause.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
I really believe that.
Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed. Your Titan is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Wow, you must have choken on the meatball. Wow, that was a salty anchovy.
Yeah.
Side.
Your right tower is under attack.
Unfortunate. I did play this one like shit. I did. And I run into the same problem that I usually do on Vamana. I feel like his cooldowns just... they're fucking rough, man. Especially if you're building him as a full auto-attack based Vamana. It's really tough. Because his abilities are... without abilities, you have literally nothing. Vamana is just not a god that works well without. And I screwed up in lane, but their lanes also had such a big presence compared to our Tsukuyomi. Neo, accept before it's too late. back up with the game. Let me see if I can place this a bit better. And this doesn't really fit. I guess this will have to do. Can't I just... Actually, give me a second. I believe I can... Can I just resize... Fit to screen? Yeah, that doesn't work. Shit, okay. I guess because it's in windowed, so the resolution is not great. But this will have to do for now. Let me just ban in the back. Shit. Hey, Ozzy, what's man? Hope you're having a nice day. Right, is that... So yeah, I'm getting used to a queue game now. A game I haven't played in a long time, which is, as you can see, Dead Cells. If you don't know it, it's a roguelike, a side-scrolling roguelike game that I can pause, which is a great part about it. I just gotta remember to pick my stuff. I'll do on her. You bought a phone today, so you're having an amazing day. That sounds great, man. Happy to hear it. Is this Dead Cells? Yes, it is. I'm getting used to it again. I played about 8 hours before I was like, I'm not sure. Might not be for me. And so I'm giving it a shot again. To see. And I'm just using the account I was already using. So, we got a mini boss happening here. Okay. And outfits. Okay. What's this? Yeah, damn it. I just pressed off the screen. This is the problem with having it in windowed. Which is why I wanted to use my controller instead. But I can look at that later. I can try and get my control to work with this game off stream. So I won't have to look at that stuff now. I guess I don't even need to really use my mouse at all. I just have to click it. I don't know what any of this means anymore, man. Let's do this. Let's go survival. I think I need some of that right now. Like, the other game I could also play is something like Vampire Survivors. I think that's also a pretty nice queue game that you can also just pause. Like, I don't know what any of this shit even is anymore. Shit. Damn it. Yep. Alright. First death. I gotta remember. I don't know if dodging works in that. I forgot. I have actually just forgotten everything in this game. Alright. Back to the smite. Okay, what are we doing here? Yeah, I'm addicted to mannequin. I think I'm addicted. Bro, why do we have that? Why do they have a Wheelix? And why do we have so much physical? You don't have a second monitor? I do. But I'm putting it on my screen so that in case of not wanting to see or have people see the queue. Devilish, are you a bot? Right? You can't be a bot, right? You wouldn't do that, right? Right? You're not a bot, right? I think you're a bot. I think you're a bot. Unfortunately, Devilish, I think you're a bot. Bye-bye.
Minions have spawned.
It's funny how when you have mannequin, you can just ignore the fucking heal. You don't give a fuck about that heal. Alright. That is just absolutely super classic of ranked. Why wouldn't you? I guess a small salvation is that I didn't die. Like, at least I'm back by the time contestation stuff is coming back up.
Enemy mission spotted.
Not that I think it matters. They have much better clear than we do.
Ally has been slain. Wow! You must have shook on me. An enemy has been slain.
Already.
You can miss her fucking autos, man. This fucking god.
Enemy spotted. Enemy missing left.
I don't think they even did green. Yeah, they didn't. Damn it. Yeah, Mannequin finish it off. That sucks. Betrayed.
Enemy missing lift.
At least we did get our buffs, which is nice, but still. Double support thorns is something new to me, I guess. Do all supports just do this now? You just go thorns. You one-shot the ADC. God damn. Like, their comp, as well as a Bacchus with thorns, dying is gonna be, like, my main thing in this game. I'm gonna die so much.
The hunter has become the hunted.
Okay, soft. Maybe a little salt did hurt someone.
Did they just get 2v1'd? Not looking good for any of us.
Be careful left. Tank. Attack. Beware the shifting sands.
Tried to get the fucking buff. Well, that sucks. That seems like it was very unfortunate timing. Damn, that 2k ahead, man. In 5 minutes. This is really not looking good. I fucking hate an aggressive Bacchus as an ADC. It sucks. It's hard as fuck to deal with. It's different if you as well have an aggressive support. But at the moment we have Ganesh. Ganesh doesn't really fully come online, I guess, until level 5. So we can't do shit like pre-5. Hey, Falme, what's up, man? Oh shit. We lost purple as well. I can't fight her at all.
Beware the shifting sands.
You aren't supposed to do that, creeps. You're supposed to get glitched up and not do anything. Sad.
More fury for my spear.
Enemy spotted. An enemy has been slain.
I'm guessing Neo lost internet or something? This is truly classic. Our first game as a duo in like, I don't know, 2 weeks. And he crashes. Truly. Truly God shits in my dinner once again. Why, God? Why must you do this? No, they paused as well. That's nice of them, but I have a feeling that if Neo hasn't typed in my chat, he's probably not, like, Not available at all. Alright. They're unpaused instantly anyway. Not really much. I can't really blame them for that, I guess.
Beware the shifting sands. Your middle tower is under attack. Beware the shifting sands.
Stay where you are. Fire!
Compliment
Yeah.
to the chef.
We should probably just surrender. Like, if Noah isn't coming back, we don't have a single chance anyway.
You're not again.
To the sky.
They should fear me now.
An enemy has been slain.
Insane reunions anyway now. Yeah, sucks, man. Like, we might just surrender this one and just get it over with quick instead, because it's not going well for the most part. Actually, maybe it is. You know what? Fuck it. Just can't come back if you can. I'm sitting here being negative because we're getting shit on in duo, but it's actually not going that bad for the rest of our team. Yeah, if my team wants to surrender, I'm down for it. No, they don't. I didn't even press anything. So...
Okay.
Enemy spotted. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing. Be careful, right. That was a sortie and joke.
Retreat.
Wow. He must have choked on the meatball. Shut down.
Beware the shifting sands. Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll take an even trade.
Enemy has been slain.
Beware the shifting sands.
Yeah, Elmi is a great player. Yeah, seems like it. I'm down to just continue this.
The sands. Break.
Wow. Compliments to the chef.
That died fast. Yikes, that died fast. I don't want to be in front of that.
Beware the shifting sands.
Oh, good.
With that secret sauce.
Be defeated.
Your right tower is under attack.
I shall handle
Spotted. Beware the shifting sands.
Mama will not be happy.
Alright. When he said enemy spotted, did not expect it to be
Retreat.
Thoth.
Enemy missing.
So, that sucks.
Gonna just pass away like that?
Damn, what happened with your smite? We got like a new? I have like a nil glitch with this patch, I guess. That doesn't sound right. I mean, well, having a glitch definitely sounds right for Smite, but it seems like a pretty shitty one. That's something we might have to deal with sometimes now.
An ally has been slain.
Your structure is under attack. Your middle tower has
I
been
mean, at this point, like, we're past 10. I'm definitely not surrendering now.
Beware the shifting sands. Okay, soft. Maybe a little salt did hurt some. Beware the
under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. An ally has returned. Awesome! Awesome!
I was told.
beware the shifting sands. Enemy spotted. Beware the shifting sands. Enemy ultimate down. Enemy missing. Retreat.
Why is everyone in fucking left, bro? Literally everyone. I should have just backed off. I had a jump, but a Wheelix came around, and I was like, fuck me, dude. With Thoth, I was, okay. Why not? Oof, that sucks. At least Ganesh, just looking at the bright side here, at least Ganesh is a god that will still be useful being behind just because of the silence. He can still peel. It's cool, guys. We got this. Well, I'm grabbing this fucking green buff, I'm telling you that. Now that I lost my tower, I have a feeling a Wheelix is gonna pay me some visits.
Become the hunted.
Because it's really fucking easy for it to kill me now.
Enemy spotted!
Ultimate is down. Be careful.
Probably shouldn't go for crit this game, now that I'm looking at it. We need pen more than anything else. Bro, I'm not even gonna make... Yeah, cancel that. I'm not making that in time.
Enemy team has destroyed the gold fuel. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Just kill him for it.
An enemy has been slain.
Get a load of this.
Enemy missing lift.
If this man's gonna jump our carriers in mid alone, kill him. Kill him big.
Enemy missing lift.
Ultimate is down.
An ally has been slain. Wow, he must have choken on the meat.
Okay, well this gives me a chance to farm.
Double kill.
An attack left lane.
Retreat.
Kneel before me. mighty jungle now. Mwah! Compliments. Mamma mia, not again. Your team.
Completed.
Without being reunited with my love.
It's down.
Beware the shifting sand.
Well, there's a reason why I didn't actually want to come here. I'm just saying.
Beware the shifting sands.
Oh well. I'm not sure what completed meant in that situation, to be honest. Also, it looked like she wanted to turn, so I was thinking, all right, if it's just blockers, I will trust the call here, because we could definitely have killed if it was just blockers, but that was a big Gilgamesh as well, and I didn't have my items yet. Maybe with my current build, maybe I could kill him, but I doubt it. I don't have enough pen.
I dare you to sneak up on me.
An ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Mamma mia, not
So I've really got to try and be there as well.
been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack.
Okay, so maybe a little soft here.
Alright, I'll take it. Ooh. Good shots. Damn, good shit.
Be defeated.
They're giving us a chance in. Oops. Oof. Damn. Just a lot of damage. I would love to rotate, but I really want level 20. So much, like, is this arena? What's all with all the fighting, huh? Why is he on me, man? Why is he fixating me? I don't like rotating in this game.
Has destroyed the pyramids. Tactical fury.
Okay. Ward here.
Be right back.
On my way.
Beware the shifting sands.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I am. It was greedy jumping in for sure.
Retreat!
You have the hacker nut? Oh, the nut is a hacker, huh? Oh. I'll remember the name. I didn't know. Do we know what he's hacking? Let's see. He's dead at the moment, so I can't check, but is it what are we talking about? Wall hackings? Aimbotting?
Enemy spotted!
Aim? Okay. Yeah. Just gotta throw the report then. You can fight him, Thana. Go for it. Kill him. Kill him.
Moi, compliment to the chef. An enemy has been slain.
This could be a good fight for us. Damn.
Grazie a Dio. Let's celebrate. Where's the vino?
Attack middle lane!
Be right back.
I might have been more dead this game. Than alive at this point. Do they have... Yes, they do. Gilgan now has it, so I might not get more... Maybe I go for the pen crit?
I need the jungle buff.
I'm gonna swap it out a bit, I think. I'm gonna go hasten instead, because I don't think damage is my problem, but honestly, if I can
I need the
kite a bit, I think that's gonna help me. I'll try hasten. I do have built-in pen as well, since I'm on her and all that jazz. Should be fine.
Enemies at the fire giant.
On my way. Defend!
Damn. We were not ready for this. We also don't have any vision.
The hunter has become the hunted. Beware the shifting side.
Better than one.
Beware the shifting sands.
We were not prepared for this fight. Like, even a little bit.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Beware the shifting sands.
That sucks.
Your right tower is under attack. Has been destroyed.
Bacchus continues to be the bane of my existence.
Come on, make my day.
An enemy has been slain.
Yes.
Has destroyed the pyramids.
Get a load of this.
Maybe we can smack gold real quick? It's sprint. That was really silly. Fuck me, dude. We're just looking for picks, and it's not working. Once Bacchus sprinted out, we should have just gotten the absolute hell out of there. That was silly of us. No, I definitely see it. He swapped targets very easily with that. Yeah, he's not missing a lot of shots up close. Yeah. Not a single shot is being missed. Damn. I don't know why Chiron ulted. Go Thana. Execute. I mean, that was kind of nice.
Time for the main course.
I don't actually want to say anything. Yeah, that was unfortunate. Yeah. Honestly, just kind of a weird game overall. But yeah. Report the aimbot and just move on. That's about it. Alright. Yeah. Tough game. I thought I played alright for the most part. It was just hard once we obviously lost Neo, but even before then, yeah. I underestimated Bacchus' damage, I guess. Which is kind of weird. I feel like I shouldn't be doing that anymore. But Bacchus always surprises me with how much damage he does, and Thorns, man. Maybe it's not Bacchus I underestimated, it's Thorns. Thorns fucking destroyed me. Like, how much does that do at level 2? That does way too much damage? He does, yeah. He does a lot of damage. Without Thorns, though, he wouldn't be able to kill me. I'm wondering. I'm still very, excuse me, very inexperienced with early Thorns. 85 plus a 50% damage taken. So yeah, you can easily end up doing like 150, maybe even on the edge of 200. Bro, I shouldn't be fighting that early. That's fucking insane. I think what I need to stop doing is still hitting the target with Thorns. That's just stupid. You shouldn't do that. That's a me being dumb. Yeah, we also don't went to a 2 to Chewbacca's is too early. Yeah. You're right. I think Thorns having base damage is dumb. I also don't really like the new Thorns much. I don't think the other one was better though. Like it's a bit weird. I feel like I don't know. I just don't like Thorns as a premise. I don't like damage reflection. I do think new Thorns is better than the old one, and better I mean more balanced and easier to balance. But I do think Thorns is it's weird. Like to be completely honest, I think Thorns is relatively balanced. Because it's something you can get away from. You don't have to take that damage if you can get away. Right? You can try and get away from it. Dashes, jumps, push them away, whatever. Anything like that. So it's kind of like it's something I don't know, how can I put it? It's kind of like a I don't know, like a Poseidon Whirlpool type of shit. You know, you throw it when they have nothing left type of thing, or to catch someone. Because now they're in a bad spot. Like that's about, or I guess a Kraken is a better situation, but obviously it doesn't do as much damage as a Kraken. It's something you only want to use when you know they can't respond to you. Or to bait them away or something like that, right? Because you can get away from it pretty easily. I do think this is the best version of Thorns, but I still don't think it's the best version of Thorns. I think it can still be better. But we'll just have to wait and see. Right. Let's go with melee weapons. I also believe I can actually teleport to a higher leveled area, but I don't think I'm gonna do that right now. Because I absolutely suck and I gotta get used to this game again. I need to test what I can and cannot do. Right, so I can dodge through pretty much everything, I guess. Outside of a few things, perhaps. Ow. I need to see. Do I have jump attacks? Not really, no. Excuse me? What just happened? Oh, someone dodged. No, who dodged? Oof. God damn it. Also, speaking of, actually, how is my, Oof, dude. I am on a losing streak, my friends. I did not realize. Oof. Uh... Sorry, I just got distracted. I saw my chat was reconnecting. So hopefully everything is good. I see that like this stream should be running just fine. Hopefully there's no issues in terms of connection. Wait, I have a heal? Oh, I have a heal. I did not realize. Uh, okay. There seems to be a lot of more like loot around, so I'm guessing I've missed like it seems to be outfits or skins or something. So probably updates that I've missed in the time that I wasn't playing this game. I forgot what this is. Hmm. Oh, I see. So I need cells to upgrade stuff. Okay. I can upgrade my daggers. Okay. And what are you? Combo stuff. Actually, not combo, it's just upgrades as well. Okay. Oh, you have to choose. Okay. Okay. I'll get some healing, because I suck. Jesus. Bombs. Okay, so we have actual abilities as well. Oh, I forgot about that. Cool. I need to heal. How do I do that? I do this. I'd rather not. Bro, do we have solos only in this match? Goddamn. Everyone's trying to trade. Alright, once the game begins, I'll swap over to the game, guys. Does the roll have a cooldown? Because it looks like it might. Can I check somewhere? It definitely does have some kind of cooldown. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay. I need to pick soon, so I'm just gonna remind myself of that. Aphrodite, huh? Well, that's certainly boring.
Select your god.
Hmm. It's been a little while. I'm bringing out the doggo. Shit, dude. I was stunned for so long. Fuck. I am out of healing now. I forgot if there are more mechanics to this. Or if rolling is the only way I really have to avoid stuff. A key. They teleport. Okay. And an amulet. Oh, is that new? I don't remember amulets at all. Yeah, I should be able to get some anti-healing. No worries. Probably won't be in terms of divine though, but... Unless, actually, if you want me to go divine, I probably can. Okay. Because I don't want to change its deal. What am I against? Shankwei? Well, that definitely means I am going to do that. I might even start with it, to be honest. I might actually start with it. Yeah, you can't do divine, I see. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely tempted to start with it. Actually, no, I probably can't. I can't start with it, but I'll get it second. I think I have to go shifters. They have double up on the magic slash jungler, so... do you plan on streaming Black Myth Wukong? Probably not, no. I don't think so, at least. I wasn't planning on it. For the most part, I'm not even sure that I'll be streaming many more games outside of Smite from here on. I think I mentioned before as well, but I just don't enjoy... I guess... No, let me rephrase what I was going to say. Like, I enjoy streaming, but I'm not a big enough streamer to be a variety streamer. Like, I don't have a gigantic loyal fan base where people will be there no matter what I play. So it's a bit tough to play different games and just kind of sitting for the most part having a conversation with yourself. And well, I can't do that. I enjoyed the Elden Ring stream, so don't get me wrong, but I think for the most part I'll just focus on Smite. Also, like, people might lose interest if I don't play Smite for a few days, or even more for that matter. And I kind of want to play Smite too, so I can play, you know, the single player stuff. Maybe sometimes I'll play something on stream, but the majority of streams will primarily just be focused on Smite. It just makes more sense. So far, at least. I definitely won't need healing, I guess, against this. Shanque's gonna be healing for me. My passive is great here. But yeah, nothing is confirmed now. I'm just not expecting it to be the case. Maybe if the game is absolutely insane and everyone wants to see like reactions to it, then sure, maybe. Then maybe. But I wouldn't count on it.
Enemies in middle lane. Be careful, right. Enemy spotted.
Your middle tower is
Take
under
right lane. Enemy missing middle. Enemies in middle lane. Be careful left. Be careful left. Be careful left. Enemy missing.
Unfortunate. I almost had my one up.
Get out of my kitchen!
Okay.
Double kill.
Your left tower is under attack.
I don't know if you guys heard that. My dog just practically screamed. Streaming. Yes, it was not. Huh?
Attack middle lane.
Almost startled me. Sometimes I forget I have a dog when I'm really immersed in some games. I'm like, oh shit, right. Sometimes there's a noise that happens. I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, never mind. It's my dog. I remember now. Yeah, you go back.
Okay, so
Okay.
maybe a little
Okay.
salt did hurt someone.
Damn, fast button on his part, I guess.
What's up with you?
Enemy missing. Be careful right.
Enemy spotted!
Be careful middle.
I just wanted to keep it. It would have made a great I'm a good watchdog. I'm a good boy.
Ben, wait. Okay.
An ally has been slain.
Unfortunate.
Oh, trees!
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
It's not going too well overall, it seems. I have a small lead here, but nothing big that I can push necessarily.
Fresh and juicy.
Ultimate is ready.
Help right lane.
I'll take right lane.
Attack the fire giant.
Gank middle lane. Cancel that. Retreat.
Get him, Chewie! Your middle tower is under attack.
I got it.
Not again.
In hell.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
I will cherish this.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'm definitely gonna win the trades very, very hard if I am
I have the nose of a
able to get my 2 off. He might try to interrupt it though. Well, he probably will try to interrupt it.
You gonna just pass away like that?
It's really not good that Neith is getting clapped as much as she is.
Get him, Chewie!
It's real bad.
enemy ultimate down.
Get him, Chewie! Compliments
Attack
the
right
chef.
lane. All or nothing.
Okay.
An enemy has been slain.
They're gonna be dumbfounded.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Command me.
That afro is just linked to Neja.
Attack the fire giant.
I'm just gonna back.
Ultimate is down.
Tower is under attack.
I love everything you give me.
Beats would definitely be nice here, but I am actually just not gonna do that in this one. I feel so weak as Cerberus without Blink. So, I'll maybe just do something else if I can. Like a Mad Love Discord or something, or maybe even Magi's.
Okay, so maybe a little salt did hurt someone.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
I had a super good time playing.
MC is pretty fed. Like, I probably could probably rotate and kill him pretty early. Right now is when I would be able to kill him easily.
Be careful. Ultimate is down.
I can't miss it, man.
I had a super good time playing with you.
Ultimate is down. I'm a good watchdog. I'm a good boy. Attack!
Joker on the meat.
They're gonna be dumbfounded. He's upset with you. Fighting is bad. That's not what best friends do. Get him, Chewie! Did I do that? Will this make me look like a handsome pupper?
I'll just TP. I don't need it for anything else at the moment anyway. There's also a big lag of wards on the left jungle. If they really want to see if they can get back, they have to get wards, man. They have to.
On my way. Attack the fire giant!
Left lane. Defend left lane.
All or nothing.
Neath, why did... Oh my god. Why would you go... that... Never mind. I do not know why Neath went that way again, when Nesha was literally just on the map. Going in that direction. Nesha does not have an ult now, though. But I guess Nesha is DCing, or maybe I'm DCing. Seems like I'm fine. Nesha's the one DCing. And with my stupid pride, I'm not letting myself kill a DC'd player. I just can't. There's no point in it.
ultimate is ready.
I need to upgrade TP as well.
An enemy has been slain.
Attack the gold fury!
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
That's unfortunate. If Honor came in, we just gotta kill him. The fact that he just got that with everything we have is silly. Very, very silly. What am I getting though? Maybe a Glad Shield.
I got this.
Could actually do a Glad Shield. Because I'm gonna need damage in this game.
They're gonna be dumbfounded.
Against
Ultimate is
2 ADCs and everything else. They're very strong all-in comp. And it's only gonna get even stronger with an Aphrodite maybe linked to a Shang Kui. But they don't have good initiate. Unless they use Shang Kui as a blink, like blink 3. Might work out for them. They're incredibly good, like, anti-initiate comp, though. If we initiate on them first, and Zhang blinks in afterwards, we might get completely screwed.
ultimate down.
Kind of like what happened at the Pyromancer. If we use everything on the initiation, and Zhang goes in afterwards, we're kind of fucked. Zhang is 20 now? Bro, how? He got shit on in lane. How is he so far ahead?
I have the nose of a bloodhound.
Defend left lane.
An enemy has left the game.
He's just DCing left and right.
Get him, Dewey! Oh, tree! Enemy ultimate down!
An enemy has returned.
Attack! Dude, it's upset with you. Enemy has been slain. You think you're gonna just pass away like that?
I just gotta keep farming.
Your spaghetti? Why couldn't I read your mind? Get him, Dewey!
Kinda feels like I was being underestimated.
They're gonna be dumbfounded.
Couldn't obviously have killed him without Mercury, but still. That man walked at me. Menacingly.
Dude, it's upset with you.
You win your first game with a split. Nice, man.
Are there
Good shit.
any treats? Yes, no problem.
Okay, stop.
I don't know why they're fighting on gold as 3 people or 2 people, man. Why are we doing that? That just seems so silly.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Move up, please. I'm a good one. Good boy. Be careful.
Yeah, hopefully Neo gets out. I'd sacrifice myself completely for that.
I'll be remembered as a legend.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Said you could pet me.
Might even be too late at this point. This is literally just the power of grouping up. Why are they winning? Because they're 5. They're running around as a group. And it's incredibly annoying that this is... Whatever. It sucks. Like, at this point, as I said, it might be too late now. But we lost 2 Phoenixes. They have a massive advantage now. But we're still in the game, so it's not impossible, but now we just can't... We have to play so defensively now. More defensively than I would like to.
Structure is under attack.
Careful left.
Why is she teleporting? Bro, Neith teleporting is probably one of the riskiest things I've ever seen. Literally reveals her on the map while they have fire giant. Neith, why? Alright. Man, I do not know what to build last. Actually, maybe I do. I'll go for an Archdruid. Maybe a bit of a strange item on Cerberus, but... why not? Spirit Rope? Yeah, but it's so vanilla. But you're right. I'll probably swap to a Spirit Rope. If I even get the chance to.
Enemy in left lane. Ultimate is ready.
I mean, we should never be in range for Nesha to grip us, though. We really shouldn't. I don't think we should be able to have a Nesha just go on our mage like that. Then we're just in bad positions, but our support and whoever else, again, wasn't grouped up. I don't understand what the mindset is. Why is it so hard to group? All you need to do is be with your teammates. Right? It's really not that hard, man. Your CDR's low. Well, it wasn't low, but I probably could have bought it with another item. What was my CDR? 20? 20 or 30%? Yeah, they legitimately they gave us that game so many times, but our team was never around. It's really, really annoying. Like, Mercury tried, Neith and Mulan, for the love of God, the positioning, what the fuck? These are not even bad players, man. I know, at least Lurf. Lurf I know, he's not a bad player at all, but just fucking group. It's not difficult, please. Also, what the fuck is this wording? Team, what the fuck? I'm so disappointed. I'm so very disappointed. Yeah, you're rushing to do items. Yeah. It's more like I get why, but everyone can't be doing that. Because I'm sure that's why Mercury also did it, right? But we never had any fucking vision. On gold specifically. Like, it's also not so much this I'm looking at. Okay, I get it. You were behind this carries, you need items. Why the fuck does our support only have one ward? Lurf, I'm so fucking disappointed in you. It's actually insane. With respect. What the fuck? I can't believe we lost this as hard as we did when we really shouldn't have. Neith also didn't really... Like, the thing is, I'm pretty sure we had 3 solo mains in this one. Neith wanted to trade. Mercury wanted to trade, I believe. So, might be tough. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. Yes. Exactly. I am not mad. Because I had fun in this game, to be honest. Shang made my life very easy. But, it doesn't change the fact that people just didn't group. I'm mad because you didn't have fun. Yeah, I get you. Tiamat from behind fucking sucks. She's actually garbage. She does not feel good from behind. Jungle? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let me see if I can trade one of these boys. If not, I might have to swap with an AO. Or try my hand at jungle, but let's be real, guys. We don't want that. We don't want that. At all. Also, can this guy just say yes or no? I hate when people don't say yes or no in trading, because I'm just stuck here. Why can't you cancel a trade? Oh, he did trade. Nice. Thank you. Well, I'm still not dealing with Arthur, so get him out. Masters level rank games are the best environment to learn new things like jungling. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people actually thought that. I've gotta try this god I have never played, but at least I'll probably have fun. Guess what? You probably won't, alright? In a role you also don't play. The thing is, I wouldn't get... No, I was gonna say I wouldn't get mad at someone if they wanted to do that, because you should just have fun. But I take that back. Of course you should have fun, but if you want to try new shit that you don't know anything about, go do it in casuals, man. Play something in rank that you somewhat know. Like, I never pick something I don't know how to play for the most part, unless I've made a bet with chat. Or not a bet, I guess, but like a promise. And then, yeah, that's... Oh, you're forced to jungle anyway? Fair enough. Should be fine. You're against Kokul, can just kill him and you win. But don't worry, we have all run. We'll do great. You play Hou Yi support serving as an army. Hou Yi support though? Dude, you have an incredibly unreliable stun as your only CC? Though I guess you could jump in if you're tanky and knock them up that way. But isn't it kinda shit? I don't see the purpose. There's so many other ADCs you could play as support like Honor that actually has CC. Like Honor essentially has 2 CCs and a gigantic slow with a small wall. Dude, his name is perfect for this situation. He's like, is this for me? Because he picked on her. I did not mean to do this, by the way. I just talked about the on her. But I guess we have an on her support now. And then... his name is Why So Serious after that response is so funny to me. But looks like I'm playing a Guardian again. Because otherwise this will be a disaster. Which is okay, honestly. Archeo is kind of nice here, so let's do it. Archeo surely, for sure. Yeah. 100. I'm also feeling it, because Archeo hasn't been that good lately in my matches. There just hasn't been a whole lot of stuff for me to deal with. That being said, Archeo still isn't that good here. In lane, yes. But not that much in the rest of it. Like, the cripple isn't gonna do much here. Outside of just tier. But I'm not gonna sit on tier in late game teamfights. He's been nerfed? Oh. Really? Was she that good? Interesting. Dude, what the fuck? What is happening in this chat? I heal on the one got buffed last patch. And they toned it down a little bit? Okay. Yorm would have been good too, yeah, you're right. The only problem with Yorm is that I think he sucks going into late game. Like, Yorm is very immobile. If you get caught by a Hebo going into late game, I don't want to deal with it, man. He's so easy to kill. Like, I can't get out of the Gakulkan tornadoes. I can't fucking get away from Hebo when he starts slowing me. Like, getting knocked up is nice and all. Or not being immune to knockups is nice and all, but it doesn't really matter much if you're slow as shit. That's my only problem with it. Also, normally I would... What's wrong with rank today? Okay. Yeah, I'll do the same here. I have to go shifters for both Hebo and tier. I'm just gonna have to. Yeah, Archer got nerfed. Yeah, people just said that. Unfortunate. From 200. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the heal is... The heal makes sense. Like, almost every heal is kind of shit in Smite now, except for Archeo's, which was pretty damn good. So it was kind of weird. But if they didn't nerf her damage, she should still be fine in solo. Like, I have a bad feeling about this game either way, because they apparently have a wall hacker. So, we'll see what happens. It's gonna be an L? Maybe. It depends on how hard we can win, but they also have, like, Dutch Whisperers, so they don't have bad players.
Ready.
Ready.
First the blood. An enemy has
Ready.
been slain. An ally has been slain. Okay. Now that's a spicy meatball.
I'm not sure why he went in there. Almost ran out of mana though. I know, man. I hate the matchup as well. I'm sorry. All right. It is a shit matchup, and I know it. Why do you think I picked it? But to be fair, if you pick Tyr, you kind of deserve to meet Artio. Tyr is just as much of an AIDS character as Artio is. Like, does anyone disagree with that?
No, that is refreshing.
You think Tyr is more AIDS? It's more like Tyr is more in general, I think, as well. But I think there is nothing worse than meeting Artio if you're playing something like a Fenrir or Tyr or like an Arthur and stuff like that, you know? She's much more of a hard counter than Tyr is. But in general, Tyr is more of a nuisance. Like, it's just annoying. So, damn, he's streaming a lot today. Well, he's always streaming, I guess, but he's being very noisy about it today.
Enemy missing right.
I'm not taking too many jungle camps, though, which I should. I'm kind of just... I'm not building on my lead. I gotta do that.
Is refreshing.
I'm just gonna do that. I had a weird gut feeling that I might just get initiated on.
Ready. Ready. Ready.
I'm gonna see if I can clear this real quick before I'm back.
Ready.
Very nice of Hebo to not be here before I finish my shifters.
This will surely help me defend myself.
Hey Wardiak, what's up, man? Archer can't be bad, Tyr is never bad. Tyr is bad when he's against Archer. Now, I do think Tyr is bad sometimes. It depends on the meta, but Tyr's problem for the most part is that he's very reliant on his combo. If he doesn't have his combo, he just kind of sits there and does nothing for a little while. Tyr is generally very bad in auto-attack heavy combo, or like metas. Like, when Bellona and Osiris are the best, Tyr tend to not do too well unless he specifically goes against Bellona, because he's really good against Bellona.
Ready. Ready. Enemy ultimate down. Ready. No. see through the blizzard.
Is it this much? Shit, man. He's much slower than me on killing my buff. Or killing his buff.
Retreat left lane. Enemy missing middle.
Rain freeze.
You think you can adjust past away? Okay, so maybe
My
a little
XP.
something will hurt someone.
That's too bad.
I'm predator.
He must be tilted now. I think that's the only reason why he's still around, to be honest.
No back.
Because she wouldn't be up here normally, I think. I'm gonna do this, I guess. It's gonna despawn soon. And I get why he's tilted, because this just sucks. He's getting camped by the jungler as well as he is... Yeah, now he's whispering me. I get it, man, alright? I do. I get it. But I also don't want to take it... Like, I don't want to ignore the fact that he did get soloed before Susano even showed up. So it's not like I'm winning this because of Susano. I'm sorry, I don't mean to take every single one of them, but he kind of needs to die while he is in cripple mode. You're hoping he rage quits.
Compliments to the chef.
Well, that sucks.
An enemy has been slain.
I mean, if Apollo is like if Apollo is wall hacking,
You can adjust past away like that.
I would rotate, but it's way too late.
An ally has been slain.
Attack fire giant. Retreat right lane. Attack fire giant.
Ready. This will help us see through the blizzard. No back. Is refreshing. Ready.
I forgot what I was going to say. Probably wasn't important anyway.
No back. Is refreshing. Here, Ready.
I mean, you could definitely BM me. I just don't see the point in doing it. Like, it happens relatively often, I would say. Like, people are gonna whine about being against something bad. Like, this guy was kind of already a weird one. He whispered me the second we even got into the match because of this matchup. But like, what do you expect? Do you expect people not to counterpick you ever?
No
It's not really how these types of games work, you know? Sometimes you counterpick. Especially if you pick something easily counterable as tier. Like, my other pick would have been Hercules. Like, would that be any better? A little bit. It's not as annoying, I guess, to deal with. The main thing with Hercules is just that I'll probably just kill him easily. Like, more easily. Man, screw you, Hebo.
Your left tower is under attack.
Ready.
I just took it back. Just out of mana. I have 4k gold, man. I need it back.
This will surely help me defend myself.
Compliments to the chef.
I'll grab this.
Wow, he must have choked on the meatball. Wow, compliments to the chef. 2 meatballs is better than 1.
I'll grab a sprint as well. Alright. I'm gonna chase him.
Mamma mia, not again! Double kill. That was a salty anchovy.
Ready. Now that feel refreshing. Now that refreshing. Ready.
Your left tower is under attack.
Ready.
Oh,
Now that.
police is here. Alright, that sucks. Yeah, I'll probably get Pesty. It's either between Pesty or... yeah, I mean, what else would I get? Pesty makes most sense, I should say.
An enemy has been slain. Wow, he must have choked on the meatball. Tactical fury.
On my way.
The fresh meat has been tenderized. Your right tower is under attack. Beware the shifting sands.
Ready. This will definitely be useful in the Arctic.
Actually been thinking more about builds, yeah. It's kind of fun thinking about builds, but
Now that feel refreshing.
sometimes it sucks, because sometimes there's pretty much only one build.
Ready.
Though I do think, in that aspect, Smite is kind of nice at the moment. There's so much shit you can build. Smite has some pretty good variety at the moment. I like it.
Ready. Now that is refreshing.
An enemy has been slain. Okay, stop. Maybe a little salty in the
entrance to the shaft. Your team has destroyed the
Ready. Ready. Rain Ready.
I think hunter builds are probably the most interesting ones, to be honest. Because they change heavily depending on if you're magical, or not magical, ability based, or auto attack based. I think solos are kind of 50-50, I guess. Solo builds kind of depend. Like, usually you have one item. You almost build shifters and everything, right? But outside of shifters, there's a bunch of different shit you can build as well. Whether you're auto attack based, cooldown based, or against something specific. You have something like erosion. You don't really build Arch Druid in every build, for example, but it's crazy good. So. Damn.
Ready. Now that. Ready. Now that. Now that is refreshing. Rain freeze.
See if we can grab a tower. Well, we could have if Neo stayed, but I also get why he didn't stay. They might just rotate on us.
Ready. Rain freeze. Stay a while. Time to hibernate.
Dio mio! This dish is overcooked!
Not the worst trade in my case.
Dog? Yo! Don't come back again!
Hey Hansen, what's it, man? Saw you play a lot of Smite too. I wouldn't say a lot, but yeah, I have. I have indeed played some Smite too. Guess Divine wouldn't be bad here either, instead of Spear, but I guess you want the cooldown? Yeah. I wanted the cooldown, especially. I thought about Divine, but I knew I was gonna get some other anti-healing built in,
This
so...
was definitely personally planned.
Attack! Fire giant!
On my way. Help us see through the blizzard.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
kind of want it back, to be honest. Can finish my starter.
Ready. Ready. Spear wall.
Compliments the chef. Dobrki.
This is incredibly powerful.
Tier is still going on. Actually, how much cooldown do I have? What the fuck is cooldown? Okay. Spirit fits pretty nice.
This will surely help me defend myself.
What did he say this time? You're a fucking freak, counterpicking like a rat. Well, weird how I'm tryharding in ranked, huh? That's crazy. Who would do such a thing?
Ready.
I'm kind of curious. I might ask where else should I do it. I want to see his response. I'm not even mad.
This will surely help me defend myself.
Yeah, he has to top up my name every time. Hey, Lapser, what's up, man? This is the easiest lane ever played in your life. Thank you, buddy. Only you can pull it. Yeah. That's right.
This will help us see through the blizzard.
We got a really big pickup there on Kokolkan, so...
Ready.
Okay. I mean, it's no longer really a good attack moment.
This will definitely be useful in the Arctic. Ready. Rain Ready. Now that's refreshing.
Speed buff. Yeah, by the way, the Apollo here is a wall hacker. So You can see why he is up here. He's actually 7 and 3, but no, I'll do this one.
Help me defend myself.
Wait, tier is Chompa? Damn. So that means he knows who I am though. Now I don't even feel like responding. Hiding behind a different name. Dude, people who trash talk hiding behind an old name is so cringe. Well, I'm saying hiding, but he will probably trash talk on his main as well.
Ready.
People might be right. Maybe she was too strong before. Yeah, the thing is though, Lobster, what's Kukulkan gonna do if he misses the tornado? That's right, nothing. So I can just run him down. Not to mention the ult. I saw he made I guess maybe he ulted for the wave. I'm not sure, but he ulted. At least if it was for me, it was somewhat premature because I could just kind of run to the side to and I guess avoid it. Who was their support? Let me check. GG. It was Hanula. Hanula. Yeah, Kukulkan into Fed Archer is fairly unplayable. Pretty much anything, I feel like any low mobility against Archer is gonna get slapped. Because I can use my dash not to go gap close, but to do damage. And that shit does so much damage. Oh yeah, shit. Ugh. There we go. You got plat flame? Jesus Christ. Mouth, please. Plat frame Cupid. Sounds great. Ooh, what is this? Cupid is lit. Cupid for me is very strange. I love Cupid in certain periods, and I just fucking hate Cupid in general. I don't feel like playing Arthur, man. I don't know why, now that Arthur is on top, I don't feel like playing him at all. Like, he's supposed to be great. But I just fucking can't be asked to play it. Honestly, I've always been boring to play the OP shit. For me, it doesn't really matter if it's OP or not. I just need it to be fun. That's my problem. That goes both ways, right? I really enjoyed Mulan when she was, like, I was in a period of absolutely loving Mulan when she was at her best. Now I'm kind of like, okay, I need a break because I played her so much. But I fucking loved playing Mulan when she was good, so I just picked it. Late game Arthur still trash? Okay. I still feel like a good Arthur is really hard to deal with. Even late game. But I get what you're saying. Like, it definitely closes the distance hard. Like, no, that's not what it's... He has a harder time closing the distance than many other solos. So I get it. He kind of suffers from the same thing as someone like Mulan. late game, whereas while Mulan obviously has a 3, making her really good late game, when her 3 is down, she's kind of sitting there. She becomes much harder to actually do stuff with. Actually, I guess a better example would be Hercules. Hercules also is not that good late game, I think. You can make it work if you have like regrowth and stuff to juke, but I also think Hercules is kind of rough. Chumpa, why you gotta be mean, man? Why you gotta be mean? We're just all playing to have fun, aren't we? The one problem Arthur is dying, has is dying one time late game, then he has no ult for the rest. That's true, yeah, he loses the I guess. Yeah, he does lose the ult charges. That sucks. The thing is, Chumba, I think you know this too, but if people don't try hard in ranked, where else would they try hard? Of course I'm gonna try hard in ranked. Why would I play ranked in the first place? If I didn't want to try hard, I would go play casuals. I mean, the funny thing is, Archu is actually pretty good again. Thoth, Geb, Chernobog. Sure. I changed my mind. I don't want to play it again. It's a shared account. Why are you calling me brain dead then? Unless you talk about someone else. That seems like a weird comment to throw out of nowhere. That's not how you make friends. That's how you make enemies. They're talking to Gabu. Alright. Well, if you guys want to trash talk each other, like we've been here before, if you guys want to be mean to each other, you guys can go to private messages. That's fine. You guys can take that to privates. Keep it out of the chat. Yeah, you're vibe killers, man. Don't kill the vibe. Like, I would like to avoid banning anyone, for the most part. Just, yeah. The same thing goes to Gabu. I didn't like look at what you guys said or anything like that, but just keep it clean. We don't want any dirt in the chat. Otherwise, I'm calling Seagull. You'll ban people, just give me mod. No, it's still my word. Otherwise, you get banned, Neo. I'll end up banning you. You're gonna get clapped. Also, what the fuck am I against? Gabrakan? Gabrakan, huh? Unless it's Gep, but I doubt it. Do I not have the Snow Way, right? I don't have Monkey W? What the fuck? Alright, remind me, guys. I need to add Monkey W. How the fuck do I not have Monkey W? I am mad. And also very disappointed in myself for that. I also forgot how. Ah, shit. I'll have to look at this later, because I need minutes to figure that shit out. Because I'm an idiot. Freaking Cabrakan. Yeah, dude, the 3 is insane. You can't fucking move. Jesus Christ. And I just lost, oh my god, I lost every creep for that too. Yeah, I think in this matchup I need my 1 at level 2. I haven't dealt with Cabrakan in a long time, so that's an oopsie. It's fine. I think he is Atlas. Yeah, he's got Vamp. Vamp. Gives him enough. Dude, my mana betrayed me. My mana completely betrayed me. Alright, I'm going home. I can't contest it anyway, even if I wanted to. I'm not getting invaded anyway.
Your right tower
Enemy
is under
missing right.
attack. Enemy missing middle.
Out of my way.
Ultimate is down. Right back.
Small wins.
What is it?
Win cap ult, yeah. No! Okay.
Enemy ultimate down. Backing down.
Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Stop, man.
Be right back.
Yeah, it's mostly shielding instead of health now. Does it even heal anymore at all?
Fire giant. Complete.
Yes, a very, very small amount. It's mostly shields now, but yeah.
Spotted.
It was kind of in vain. Like, at times the healing is better. Because now erosion kind of exists. Though people don't build it against the mana usually, I think.
Enemies in right lane.
Coming through.
Dude, I just want the fucking creeps.
Your right tower.
Thor's just gonna camp, I guess.
Draw not, lest your arrow be fixed upon fire.
That's fine, I'll just have to sit back a bit. I was going up. I should not have done that.
Move it, Buster.
I definitely need some better wards. My usual warding doesn't really work against Thor and Thanatos.
Enemy missing middle.
Out of my way, numbnuts! Small now!
Ultimate down.
Enemy ultimate down! Peacing out for a while, y'all.
Mea culpa.
That's what's up!
He's got too big of a lead. I have to stay further back. I'm taking too many risks. Way too many risks. This might also be a cooldown game, to be honest. I can't stick to any of them very well. Going full attack speed might not actually be the way to go here.
Stuff coming through!
You think that you can just pass away like that?
Hey, sit tight, shorty.
Help! Thanks. Be right back.
Move it, buster!
I'm returning to base.
Enemy missing right!
Found it all. Enemies incoming left. Compliment the ship. An enemy has been slain.
They're doing very well on the opposite side of the map, so that's great.
Out of my way, numbnuts!
Dude, Gamehunters 3 is one of the most annoying abilities in the game. Jesus Christ.
An enemy has been slain. Attack!
Leave me alone. I don't like it. Right now, if I can keep Cabrakan here, though, that's a good enough win for me. Because they're going ham and left. I'm just gonna stick around.
Defend middle lane.
In a weird way, for me, this is a win.
Found it all. Be right back.
Alright. I'm not gonna change anything. Instead, I am gonna swap around what I'm going to build. Because I need protection against Cabrakan at the moment. I have more than I have.
Stuff coming through!
Moi, compliment the ship. Your right tower is under attack.
So for now, I'll just build this. I'll play it safe. Yeah, good job, Neo. I'm okay with what's happening at the moment, but this is kind of a boring game for me. But if you guys are taking it home, take it home, man. Yeah, you guys are doing great. Good shit, guys. I'm just here, surviving, doing my thing. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
He must have choked her on the meatball. Count it all.
Unfortunate. He turned around as I walked out.
Be right back.
Hey, man, what's up, man? You get holidays in 2 days? Sounds great, man.
On my way.
You doing anything? Or you just enjoy the freedom?
Coming through.
Enemies incoming right. Be careful.
That's what's up.
Squad. Don't run a snappy share. Your middle tower is under attack.
They nerfed Horus?
Maybe a little salt did her.
I mean, to be fair, I imagine the meta is very different in NA. I'm guessing Horus was pretty good.
Save yourself. Under attack.
Or maybe he was, at least over there. It's the same thing, like sometimes you don't know something might be really good. People didn't know how good Vamana was when I played at the launch tournament. Vamana was really good back then. Literally no one fucking played him. Sometimes we're just stupid. All of us are just fucking stupid sometimes. Not to mention Chronos. Chronos is probably the best example, dude. Motherfucker had hastened on his fucking 2 for the longest time and nothing happened with him. He was still just okay.
Learning. Well done. Enemies have returned to base. That's
And stand still.
Stuff coming through.
Bracken, please. I just want to move. Fucking god. Go away. Don't worry, I'm not backing anyway. I'm just baiting you. I don't want to back yet. I do not mind being a massive punching bag right now if I can just keep Cabrakan here. Because he's going to be such a problem if he rotates. And I don't want to deal with it. Look at my damage on him, dude. He's still going to kill me. I don't have hasten, so I can't chase.
enemies in right lane.
I'm taking that one. I'm taking that one. Thank you very much. I definitely worked for it. Well, kind of, I guess. Very tiny amount, but I'll absolutely take that.
An enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain. Exemplary. The fresh meat has been tenderized.
Coming through.
Don't look at your words. Well, I'm already disappointed now. How can you be tilting me during the match? Hmm?
Move it, Buster.
Thanks.
Enemy missing right.
On my way.
Enemies incoming middle. Hot stuff coming through.
Mamma mia, not again. Compliments to the chef.
Completed.
Eh. If he didn't have speed, I might have went for it, but I can't outrun him.
Defend left lane.
I'm saving my ult for Christmas.
At your service.
On my way.
Okay, soft. Maybe a little soft here and some.
Ooh, awesome!
Enjoy yourself. Ultimate is ready. That yellow snow.
That's too bad.
Enemy ultimate. Found it all. Attack. Attack left tower.
Do I need purple mask now? I mean, okay, hear me out. I'm not stupid, but I am very forgetful. But maybe I'm also a little stupid, so that's why I don't have it.
Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
No, I missed.
Double kill. Bifrost. Completed. I'll attack the fighter giant. Mwah! Compliments to the chef. You're a natural.
I feel like I have enough damage. I will, for the sake of them having... Actually, no. I'll do a spirit rope. I normally actually just go for chins here, but I really don't think I need it. I do more than enough damage to their carries.
Oh, diesel. No problem.
Ultimate is ready.
I want the speed buff.
Attack fire giant.
That's why I stole it in the first place.
Attack fire giant. Easily done. Ultimate down.
core is tanky, man. Alright. You've got to change the mask in late game so much, don't worry. Yeah, I'm really bad at remembering it. Real bad. GG's. Finally a somewhat good Vamana game. Last few haven't been great, but it's mostly been because of either getting somewhat camped or because of my team not winning, so it's been tough. This was nice. In this case, all I really had to do was keep Cabrakan where he was. Yeah, I mean, your words weren't great now, but at least you did buy some. Mr. Fenrir over here. That's the true disappointment of the match. 0 wards as the only one in their whole game, and we were ahead for the most part in this one. So let's see on gold here. For 14k, huh? Enemy jungler, 13k. You see how he has 600 more gold and not even 50 of them was spent on a single ward? That's disappointing. No, in all seriousness, I think it's fine not buying wards if your team can make up for it. In all seriousness, wards are so fucking important. If no one buys wards, we're fucked. That's the problem. No MP region Fen build? Is that a thing? Why do I keep getting jungle? Mohammed DC here is saving my ass 3 games in a row now, getting the role that I want, and then also being good to, I guess, happy enough to swap. That's great. I still don't feel like playing Arthur. I'll play him once in a while, but I can't be asked to play him right now. I'm not feeling the big Excalibur man. No time for swords. $10 TP away from Masters. Alright, we gotta win then. To be fair now, one of my biggest tryhards is playing Vamana. Vamana will definitely do worse than some gods going to late game, but my Vamana is consistently good in laning phase. I just were against a very, very rough matchup in this one. And an unknown matchup for that reason as well. Like, Hanola played the Cabrakan super well, and I kind of forgot how to deal with it, to be honest. So I just kind of died at level 2, because I'm stupid. But it's just fine going into late game. Especially if against, like, if the mage is something like a Thoth, Vamana's great. Because you will do what you do as a jungler. You will make him dash, and then blink after him. Like, I can one after him, maybe he dashes, then I blink, and he's screwed. He literally cannot get away from me. Like, Thoth is one of the easier mages for Vamana to deal with. So in this one, it was super easy. Like, when you guys fought in mid, I just dove him at their own tier too. Because he can't stop it. Is this a Cerberus solo? I wonder. Who's Alex and Cam? I don't know them. Those names don't ring any bells for me. Thought his ass on this patch. Yeah, he definitely feels a lot weaker. He's just so easy to go on. Like, most assassins will shit on Thoth. A good Thoth is still really scary. Like, a good Thoth ult, kind of same thing as a Rust Snipe, I guess. It's just Thoth ult can be a lot more devastating. Thoth ult is devastating to shit if it's hit good in a team fight. But yeah, besides from that, it's so easy to go on. Chuck?
Your god.
That seems kind of boring. What do I play into Chuck? Like, do I just pick Guan Yu or some shit? Is that the play? I don't even know what I want to play here, man. I haven't played Herc today, so I might as well just grab a Hercules for this one.
Hercules is here.
Old friend of mine with 100 Smurfs. I see. Often when I end up in stalemate matchups, I just don't know what to pick. Because I'm not gonna lie, I don't really feel like playing Hercules here. I just kind of picked it because it's fine against Chuck and I won't get bullied. Against Chuck, I should just pick Sobek, man. Just go Sobek. You pick the Brobek and you have fun with it. I guess, no, Mage is probably a horrible idea. I just want something with some kind of slow immune, I guess. Yeah, get those speedrun drops for Smite. Speedrun drops? What the fuck is that? I should have drops enabled. Like, I have the drops enabled on my stream. So if you can, check if it's working, I guess. If not, then I will see if I can figure out how to enable it. The drops work? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I should have it on then. Because I can see on my stream, I literally have drops enabled.
Give me strength to defeat these bosses and complete.
Not these ones? Okay. Yeah, you can link on a Discord if I don't have those, the ones you're talking about, available. Damn, this might be Beats game. Don't know how it works, but yeah, that's fine. This is probably the last game either way, because it is getting pretty late. And I started like an hour earlier today, which I probably forgot to tweet out, didn't I? Shit. I'm sorry, guys. This is my first time streaming. I truly apologize. That's a whoopsie on my part. But yeah, it'll be the last one. Pretty much no matter what. So we can just say now, we promise to here now. No matter what happens, this is the last one. And then I will I'll look to get it working. Are you into modding? Not much, no. But I might do it at some point. Like, I've seen the Bloodborne mod for Elden Ring. I've seen the trailer for that. Looks pretty cool. I might be down to do something like that. But otherwise, generally no. Like, I just kind of like games in their true form. Is Hercules objectively the best skin? Hercules is pretty good. In terms of the memes. I just don't like Hercules' base skin. So. Right. I don't one-shot these anymore. Still one-shot those though. How, buddy?
Enemies in middle lane. That hurt bad. Where are you off to? Can't stand the heat. Get out of my kitchen.
How did my 2 not pull? I'm so disappointed in that.
Do your best.
I am so very disappointed. Game. Yeah, I have the old Hercules as well. Hey, luckily we pretty much all got it for free, so that's cool.
Enemies in right lane. No problem.
Almost got it.
That's too bad. I am already wearing the weight of an elephant. Thanks. Have fun. Have fun. Your left tower is under attack. Always be prepared. No! It is not possible! No, not too shabby.
Great damage. Yeah, I was lucky he didn't hit 5. If he hit 5, I wouldn't have been able to finish him off. Bro, who is ADC? We have Artemis Jungle, so Chernobog is ADC. Okay.
Do your best. But where are you off to? Enemy ultimate down.
I'll just back. Might be the worst in ranked in weeks for you. Damn, man, that sucks. I've been there though. So far, nothing has been as bad as the what was my loss streak again? Like 8 or something in a row, which was just horrible. Like I was so demotivated for like 2 days. I was so fucking sad, and I have it all on camera. But yeah, I get you. I definitely been there, but it has been a while for me. I just had a 5 loss streak though. 2 of them today, and then I had 2 wins so far. So I pretty much have just had a loss streak as well, and I played like shit in my games. So I definitely understand.
This jungle needs to be watched.
Oh, you're on a big loss streak now, Jack? That sucks, man. I think also, this might just be me, but sometimes I definitely end up in cases where I am focusing too much on winning instead of just having fun. Oof. They don't have a single ward on the map. Good on them. Don't waste your money. Who needs wards anyway? Wards are just super overrated. Now I'm staying. Okay. I don't want to fight. I want to go home. Just let me go home. Oh, the dog was streaming again. He's streaming so much today. It's actually crazy. Like, usually he dreams. Usually he does dream, but... like, the noisy, like, big whiny dreams usually don't happen that often. But he has just been feeling really bad. Like, the doggo... while I... pretty much the day, like, on the fucking day where I was no longer streaming. So what was that, like on Friday? Saturday. So on Saturday. That night, he did something stupid and he... I guess... jumped wrong or something. He landed wrong, so he was... he couldn't walk correctly for pretty much the last 3 days. And yesterday, if it wasn't better, I was gonna call the vet. Well, he got like a strain, like a small strain, I guess. So he's been feeling very sorry for himself, looking like he's been beaten to death, practically. Like ears all down, big eyes, looks really sad. But he's good. He's good now. He walks normally for the most part, and yeah, it's gonna heal by itself, I'm pretty sure. And he's back to being happy, back to just sleeping all the time, so it's great. How old is the doggo, by the way? He's almost 8. Next month, early next month, he's gonna be 8. So he is getting older. I just, literally just last month, had to swap his food to senior food now. So he's getting older. He's still incredibly energetic though. It's a very, very energetic dog. He never gave up really being a puppy. He is still very, very puppy-like. A lot of people don't believe me when I say... like when I meet other dogs and he's literally just as crazy as the puppies, they don't believe me when I say he's almost 8. They think I'm lying. I don't lie about that. So, it's nice, for sure. Brother. I was trying to leech it. Also, that's so much damage. Who would have thunk? Chalk does damage. Disappointed. So very disappointed. What now? I do know what. Man, I hate it, but this is most definitely beats game. It's either beats or sprints.
You're not again.
It's gonna be beats.
Mwah! Compliments the chef. Destroy that last enemy.
This jungle needs to be watched. Okay?
The fuck, man. Leave my blue alone. Should I spam attack Gold Fury? Yeah, perhaps. What's the word? Well, at least I can say I tried.
Enemy spotted. Enemies incoming middle.
He must have choked on the meatball.
Enemy spotted.
You can just blast away like that?
Go Boulder, you shithead.
But you were so.
Oh, I'm dead. We should have just killed Tsukuyomi when he went in there. Because he was coming to me. And he was completely alone. But yeah, oh well.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
Actually, I probably should get Pestilence just for... They do a pretty decent amount of healing with just Shock. Cerberus will be healing through his passive. If we have any healing, which we do have through me. So yeah, I'll get Pesty.
Your left tower is under attack.
I am closed in.
Your right tower is under attack.
An enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing right. Do your best. Ultimately, that's too bad. That middle tower. I will vanquish you.
Maybe a little.
Your team has destroyed a middle tower.
Ah yes, solo lane.
This old tank and smack. Your middle tower is under attack. Always be prepared.
fucking Uller Axe at the perfect fucking time, man. I would have had him. I'm pretty sure my 2 would have done enough damage. I'm so annoyed. How are we letting them dive that easily? I'm not sure what's happening in mid, but I didn't think we were behind. We're not even behind. We cannot let them do that. Oh, I'm getting wards now because we fucking need it. The only ward on the map is fucking mine, and I'm his solo. And it's kind of a useless ward. I hate that I had to go beats this game. I really would have liked either Thorns or Blink.
You must have choken on the meat. Your right tower is under attack. Do your best. Enemy missing right. Cancel that. Is down. Think you can just pass down to an enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Probably not a good chase.
Dragon scale armor. It's important to look good in battle. Been destroyed.
I just need to farm, to be honest. I'm falling behind. The constant fighting, as well as the stupid too far up mistakes that I'm making.
Jungle needs to be watched.
And I cannot fall behind as a Herg as well. There's also that. Yeah, Chaka's 2 levels now.
Do your best.
No.
Do your best.
How, game? I suck. Well, yeah, the herd pick is tough at the moment because everyone is just all they just die too easily. Artemis just got insta-gipped by, I guess, I'm not actually sure by what. Like outside of Chuck and Cerberus, I'm not sure. Where was Chernobog for this? We probably could have fought. That sucks. Yeah, we need to group and ward up though. We cannot walk around alone, we're just gonna get caught and die. Our grouping is once again kind of shit. We really need to just group up. Not being 20 sucks though. Again, we're not grouping. Artemis needs someone with her to protect. I don't have anything to follow up with. Dude, the slow is insane on that. I think I need Wingblade, man. We can definitely do straight fire here. Once I spawn. Assuming someone can ward. But no one has any wards. Classic. Did he beat chat? Do you know? I didn't realize if he did. He might have done it. Damn, that sucks. I beat for the cooldowns to see if I could kill him. I could have just gotten out. I was hoping though, and I really need 20. Damn, actually, I might have killed him if I was 20. My ult might have. No, probably not. But I need 20 so I can finish my starter. It's the only reason I'm holding on to so much gold.
Okay? Do your best! Always be prepared.
If we don't have good initiate, I don't think we should be sieging. We can just get an objective for free.
Switch it up.
No, every time. Alright. Wingblade, here I come. Because holy shit, man. The amount of slows that fucks me over in these fights is insane. Good defense. I'm definitely the most useless member on my team at the moment. This is what we were talking about before. Hercules late game is kind of weird. Like, you can definitely get a good pull or a good dash sometimes, but Hercules is very easy to lock down. Like, I generally think he's one of the easier warriors to just kill and lock down going into late game, but he can still bait a bunch of stuff, which is what I'm trying to do. But it's still tough. At least I'm 20 now, so I can start building something.
I'm going for jungle bow.
If I can get a Wingblade though, that would be great.
Yes. Do your best.
That sucks. I was actually hoping they chased me. Just one of them. Because if my ult was up back up by the time they were still chasing, it should have been good.
Weight of an elephant. Enemy spotted. Do your best. This jungle needs to be watched. Enemy spotted. Joker on the meatball. Attack the Titan. Enemy has been slain. Retreat.
I've got to be more careful.
Increase middle lane, please. There you are. I wish you. Don't give up on the raid. Mama will not be happy. With the shadows.
I don't think it was a bad call necessarily, but we needed more people on it probably. Also very unfortunate. The Kraken was out of range from my stun. Which also is, yeah, just unfortunate. Maybe Spirit over Pesty. I don't know, I'm kind of scared of the healing Chuck might go through. If we don't have any anti-healing, to be honest.
Hello to my little friend. I do not think I have room in my plans. Mamma mia, not again! An ally lands with me. You have it
Do the stuns! I don't think they can end. They need creeps. We have 15 seconds to defend. They don't have any creeps. Damn. I wish I'd ult there, though. Actually, I did, never mind. I just didn't finish off anyone. Did good damage, at least. That's an Oni Fury. We gotta be careful with this minions then.
Always be prepared.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Where are you off to?
Is under attack. Defend the fire. Chase the enemies.
Enemy spotted. I'm bulletproof. Do your best. Where are you off? An enemy has been slain. Don't give up on the raid.
Everyone is so low, dude. We can't fucking end. Just kill him. If we all fucking chased him, we could just kill him instead. I don't know why people are so fixated on fucking ending when we could just kill the guy right in front of us.
I do not think I have.
Like right there, he jumped. He's got, and I mean after I also hit him, no beats. It's Uller. He literally has nothing left. We just kill him, and then we get the advantage afterwards. Now we kind of left in this weird position where we didn't kill him, and also he just got something for free, as well as we didn't get any objectives out of it as well. But we still should still be able to get fire. No problem. At least I'll say this game is good, but I have a hard time having a super good amount of fun just because Hercules in this game is not easy. It's rough, to say the least.
Only stock up on necessities.
Group up. Be careful.
This jungle needs to be watched.
Be careful left.
Do your best.
Get out.
I feel like I shouldn't be the one in mid. But at the same time, I'm also the most useless member we have.
Vanquish you! Where are you off to?
Damn, that sucks.
Retreat! Return to base! Yes!
I don't actually think our initiate was that bad. I got in there without, and then suddenly they were just all on me. We probably could have went in and left when they were chasing me in, like in between the towers or the phoenixes. But I don't know what happened from their perspective. Excuse me, perspective. But like I had Merlin, Cerberus, and like Chuck went in mid as well. Like what happened and left at the time? They also still have a tower on right that we should take care of. Yeah, it's a great match. I wish I didn't play Hercules though. Because Chuck, like in terms of lane matchups or like direct opponents, Chuck is way more useful late game than Hercules is. I need a good one into a good ult to be useful. Otherwise, I'm just bait. That's literally it. I'm literally just running around.
Be right back. Be right back.
Only stock up on necessities. Hello to my little... Always be prepared. Hey, watch it, bulldoze! Retreat! Save yourself! Come here! Retreat! Do your best! An enemy has been slain. Not too shabby. Enemies behind us. Attack! No! It is not possible! Be right back. My undead might. With the shadows. Ultimate is down.
Alright.
Not bad.
Alright. Yeah, good game. It's a very stressful game to end on. I'm glad we ended up winning this, but yeah. I still don't feel satisfied. That's my problem. This was a really hard Hercules game. I couldn't stick to anyone. Like, they all have somewhat good self-peel. Except for Merlin, pretty much. I could go on Merlin, but Merlin was just a... Like, he was made out of ice. This man was so fucking slow, it was insane. I think the lesson in this game for me probably is I should have had Blink. Either Blink or Thorns. So It has 17 words. I also had 17 words. But yeah, we didn't have a great frontline in terms of initiation. But it also doesn't help when we have, like, Artemis did super well, but not having an assassin kind of hurts. Because it means I have to go in alone, assuming that Kuzenbo for the most part will be peeling. And when I was alone against that, I'm dead. I'm so goddamn dead. Just a really, really hard. Like, Hercules is not... He's not good at being the only initiator. Yeah, classic ranked experience. At least the game was kind of fun and back and forth. Like, it's been a while since I've had such a back and forth game. But yeah, as I said, I just wish I wasn't playing Hercules in this one. I would have way more fun. Like, I land my one and I'm dead. I just use one at any point, I'm pretty much dead. I have to instantly, like, disengage. Like, Chuck kind of plays the same ball game. Problem is, in this, well, not problem, but like the difference between me and Chuck is that his ultimate is a lot more defensive than mine. Mine is obviously probably does a bit more single target damage, but yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I'm definitely done for now. GG's in the last 3 games. Ended up bringing some wins home. That's nice. After being on a loss streak. Gotta win some of it back somehow. Man, it's been some rough games lately. Like, holy shit. Oof. Anyways. Thank you guys, as always. I really fucking appreciate it. Let me see if I can host or rate someone. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate it. A bit of a sloppy day overall. I needed to pick myself back up after not playing for 3 days. I see Hanola streaming. I'll give it out to Hanola. Bye. Slow as raid.